him sing happy birthday to Fabiano. Happy birthday. Mira que Dani Segura está ahí, ¿no? Sí. ¿Cómo está? ¿Cómo vas, Niro? Sí, usa.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cadê meu patrocínio, hein?
Where's my sponsorship? He's asking. Where's my sponsorship?
Need more, man. You need more monsters.
Yes.
Bruno, it's fight week. How are you feeling?
Semana da luta, como é que tá se sentindo?
Feliz e motivado.
Happy and motivated.
Yeah. How big was that Brad Tavares win? How much momentum are you carrying from that victory? How do you feel entering this fight, coming off such a big finish?
Como que foi sair de uma vitória contra o Brett Tavares? Quão motivado você sai de uma coisa dessa e quanto isso te dá uma energia para as próximas lutas?
Não deu tempo nem de descansar, né? Na verdade, não deu tempo de gastar nenhum dinheiro que eu ganhei na luta, né? O bônus, quando caiu na conta, eu já estava quase voltando para lutar de novo. Brett Tavares é um cara foi muito importante para mim, a luta dura, e fiquei muito feliz com o resultado e, obviamente, a confiança aumenta, né?
I didn't even have much time to enjoy. I barely got to even spend the money. When the money actually hit my account, I was already kind of coming back. Brett Tavares' fighting him was just a tough guy, so it was really important to beat him. And obviously, the confidence goes sky high after that.
Did you want it to turn around this quickly? Was this part of the plan?
A ideia era voltar a lutar o mais cedo possível, assim, o mais rápido possível. Que você tá... não era essa ideia.
Meu empresário está em pé ali. Todas as vezes que ele vem para os Estados Unidos comigo aqui, que ele gasta muito dinheiro, eu sempre tenho certeza que eu vou voltar a lutar o quanto antes, né? Então, eu achava que eu ia descansar pelo menos uma semana, com 4 dias que eu tinha lutado, estava me arrebentado a costela ainda. Já havia proposta para lutar contra o Brandon Allen e eu sou difícil de aceitar, né? Aceitei logo em seguida e já vim aceitar a luta. E sou funcionário do UFC. Quero lutar o máximo de vezes possível, colocar meu nome aqui dentro e ganhar dinheiro. Uma hora eu vou parar.
My manager's there standing up, and every time we come to the United States and he spends a lot of money, I kind of know that I'm not going to have that much of a break. I just basically, I knew it. I barely had time to go to get down there. Still hit. I mean, ribs are still hard, and it's like and you know me. Every time I get an invitation for a fight, it's not like I'm a hard no or anything of the sort. It was very easy. I just took it. Listen, I'm an employee of the UFC. As long as you keep asking, I'll keep coming back, and one day I'll stop, but not now.
And Brendan Allen, I had talked to him maybe a couple of months ago, and he basically has said he was disappointed with the matchup. He expected like a bigger name, a higher ranked opponent. What do you make of that, kind of him not being happy with your standing or fighting you basically?
Falei com o Brandon Allen algumas semanas atrás. Ele falou que ficou um pouco decepcionado com uma luta contra você, porque ele queria um oponente mais famoso, mais importante. Foi a opinião que ele passou, queria um matchup melhor. Então, o que você acha de um comentário como esse, que ele queria um outro tipo de oponente, não está feliz com esse match?
Quem era o Brandon Allen quando ele lutou com o Sergipano? Ele nem era ranqueado. E ele lutou contra o Sergipano. E ele venceu. Então, por que ele pode reclamar do cara que não está no ranking? Ele entrou no ranking agora. Ele nem é famoso para querer alguém famoso. E eu não estou me importando com quem é famoso, com quem é famoso. Eu estou aqui para lutar. Me mandaram Alex Poitin, eu aceitei. Me mandaram Brett Tavares, eu aceitei. Me mandaram Brandon Allen. Não teve um lutador que me mandaram que eu recusei. Então, pode ser que vai ter a hora de eu recusar. Então, eu não estou aqui para recusar, não. Estou aqui para lutar. Se for ranqueado, se for fora do ranking. Na verdade, para mim, eu nem me importo muito com o ranking. Eu estou preocupado em ganhar. E quem estiver na minha frente, eu vou trabalhar para ganhar, para vencer sempre.
Who was Brandon Allen before he fought Andre Muniz? I mean, basically, he wasn't ranked before, and he won. He fought him. He won. I don't pick opponents. I don't choose opponents. I was asked to fight Poitin, and I fought Alex Pereira. I was asked to fight Brett Tavares. I was there. I'm fighting Brandon Allen. I'm here. I haven't gotten to the point refuse matchups or anything of the sort. I mean, I don't think. I mean, as far as being famous, I don't care who's famous that I'm fighting or anything of the sort. I just want to win and continue to win. I just want to fight and to win. So, I mean, who am I to complain about opponents or anybody else? He wasn't ranked before, so why is he complaining?
Obrigado.
De nada.
Blindado aqui no fundo. Tudo bom?
Tudo bom.
Só falar um pouquinho, meio do que já foi falado, o seu retorno rápido, mal saiu de uma luta, já pegou teu primeiro oponente ranqueado e contrato novo com o UFC. Como é que... O que isso tudo representa para você, o novo contrato, essa possibilidade de entrar no ranking? Como é que tá o coração?
About the quick turnaround, just wanted to know a little more about how does this quick turnaround go for you, and also not just a quick turnaround, but also the new contract with the UFC. What does this mean for you to actually just come back to fight as soon as possible, and also on a new contract with the UFC?
A minha carreira eu sempre foi pensando sempre no primeiro passo. Sempre, nunca pensar no outro. O ranking do UFC, eu vou ser bem sincero, eu já parei de pensar nele faz tempo. Não tem um parâmetro ali. Então, eu fiquei muito feliz com o contrato novo, vou ganhar melhor, vou ter mais outros pela frente dentro do UFC. E fiquei feliz agora. Cada momento, um sonho realizado, né? Agora eu vou estar no videogame agora, que eu tanto queria estar no videogame, era um sonho meu também pessoal. Cada vez eu vou chegando nos meus objetivos dentro do UFC. Depois dessa luta, eu não posso ficar pensando muito no ranking, eu estou pensando em ganhar. O que vier de bom, tá ótimo. Se vier ranking, se não vier ranking, eu só penso em uma coisa, Brandon Allen, sábado. Somente isso agora, e estou muito feliz pela oportunidade do contrato, trabalho do meu empresário, da minha equipe. Meu empresário faz raiva pra caramba, mas é um cara que eu gosto muito, e ele foi importante nesse meu contrato aí, foi checkmate.
Obrigado, parabéns.
I haven't thought about rankings anymore. Actually, for a while, I've stopped thinking about it. I don't think about it anymore because there's no parameter to it. I don't see a criteria. So I've long stopped thinking about the ranking. So now I just want to fight. As for the contract itself, it provides security, safety. I just feel very happy that I'm here and be able to continue to work. Just so many good things. I've always been a guy that thought a step-by-step approach. Whenever I think of one step, I don't think of the next one. So these are just dreams that are coming true. For example, just now a personal project and dream of mine, I just found out that I'm going to be at a video game. So it's another thing that I wanted to accomplish, and here I am. The new contract means a lot to me, to my team, to my manager. My manager is quite annoying sometimes. I mean, we bicker, but hey, look at it, just the proof that he's doing a great job, and I think it's good for every single person. And all I want to do is just continue to fight, continue to be productive, and continue to find UFC. So I'm very happy.
Real quick, do you have a prediction for the fight?
Palpite, rapidinho. Pra você, sábado.
Essa é a única pergunta que eu nunca sei responder. Quando alguém me pergunta que round, como vai ser, não sei. Eu espero que seja um lutão e eu quero desligar o Brandon Allen, bater mais um recorde aí, 21º na carreira, o 5º no UFC.
That's a hard question for me to answer all the time. Every time people ask me, what round, how's it going to be, what's going to happen? I mean, it's tough. I never know how to answer that. So all I want to do is just have a great fight, have a big fight. I want to turn him off, turn his lights out, and it's going to keep breaking records, 20th win and more in the organization, just continue with my numbers in the UFC. Certinho, meu camarada.
Hola, hola, hola.
Yeah, welcome to Jacksonville. Fight week, main event. How are we feeling ahead of this one on Saturday night?
Feel good. Can't wait to make the weight, have my food, and have the dinner for Saturday night.
Josh Emmett, you know, obviously he's a very tough opponent, but I think you kind of know what to expect, right? Big left hook, strong striking, some good wrestling. What exactly do you see your strengths against his, and where do you find success on Saturday?
I just have to be worried about his hooks, nothing else. I couldn't care less about his wrestling or beating or ground game, even his boxing. So he have to be worried about my boxing, my wrestling, my grappling, about everything. So I can wait. I can wait to go inside the cage and get another win.
Every so often, you know, the UFC puts on an event where they're clearly trying to show this is our next fighter that can fight for the title, right? And it feels like this Saturday is based around you and potentially being the next guy for Alex.
Exactly. I'm the next guy in the line. Who deserves more than me to fight for a title? No one else. So I'm the next guy.
You're obviously not lacking in confidence. How do you see yourself stacking up against Alex if you are to get that fight?
As same as always. I'm gonna finish him in the first round.
Alex Volkanovski is considered by many to be the pound-for-pound best in the sport. Is there something extra special about it? Would it be extra special for you to take the title off someone who's considered so good, or does that not matter about the person? It's just about the belt for you?
Of course, it's going to be a little bit bigger to beat someone who is pound-for-pound number one and who defended the title so many times. It's going to be bigger than if Jair beats him and I beat Jair, because Jair lost a lot of fights with a lot of ranked guys, with Max Holloway, with with Frankie Edgar. He lost a lot of fights, so I prefer to fight with Alex and take the win against him.
Obviously, this talk about Volkanovski, and I know I'm asking you about him, but people are going to say that you're overlooking Josh. Do you think that's fair, or do you think, no, you'll just take it one step at a time?
I'm not overlooking anyone. Never, ever. It's like I'm just confident about all the work I'm doing, how hard I work. I know everything I'm doing in all my training camps. That I don't know. It's like the confidence doesn't come from the ear. You know, I work really hard, and I know that I'm better than anyone. So
I think I saw an interview with you earlier this week where you said you were no longer interested in a Paddy Pimblett fight, and you'd kind of moved on from that. Could you explain why you're no longer interested in something that, you know, had really annoyed you for quite some time?
So basically, because right now I have a goal, which is to become a featherweight world champion. He's a lightweight. He's not even ranked. So why I have to fight him? I didn't have any interest in fighting. If one day he puts himself into the rankings and he will become a little bit bigger in the company, not just for talking to be a showman, as a professional. I mean. So why not? I didn't care. We can do it at 155, 170. I don't care. He can come and even didn't make the weight.
So we can expect no more hotel interactions between you two. It's all good until he gets a little bit bigger in the rankings.
I don't know. If I always see him coming, it's like I want to slap his face. So, yeah, I don't know.
Ilia, ¿cuán importante es para ti? Buenos días primero. ¿Cuán importante es para ti tener un evento principal, ser la pelea principal de un evento que además aquí en Estados Unidos sale por cadena abierta en ABC, ABC? ¿Cuán importante eso es para ti como peleador?
A ver, es algo súper bonito de vivir, ¿no? Como lo he estado diciendo durante toda la semana. Es como verlo en tu mente y después vivirlo en la realidad. Es algo bastante bonito. Es también súper importante porque todo el mundo va a ver claramente que soy el próximo contendiente para pelear por el cinturón, y espero que todo el mundo disfrute en abierto, en directo, con mi performance.
El sábado nos dijiste que a veces se confunde lo que tú dices con arrogancia, y tú nos dijiste que era simplemente trabajo duro, que es confianza. ¿Sigues teniendo esa misma confianza de que vas directo al campeonato, de que vas a ganar la Emmett este sábado y la próxima cita es por el campeonato?
Sin lugar a duda. La confianza sigue ahí y la fortalezco con cada campamento que hago, cada entrenamiento que hago, cada vez que me supero, la confianza crece dentro de mí.
Tú le diste, la última vez que te vimos en un día de prensa fue en diciembre y te ensarzaste en una pelea con Paddy Pimblett. Él probablemente debió perder esa pelea que le dieron los árbitros y tú liquidaste a tu rival. Ya dejaste eso a un lado porque te lo preguntan constantemente. Ya el inglés no es nadie, está en otro peso, no piensas en él, ya a no ser que te lo encuentres en una esquina.
¿Cómo te lo puedo explicar? Es como, no, ¿qué me va a importar? ¿Sabes? Que alguno de ustedes me puede decir algo mal y yo puedo tener un malentendido con cualquiera de ustedes, pero eso no tiene nada que ver con mi vida profesional, ¿verdad? Es como, ¿qué interés tengo de pelearme con cualquiera de ustedes dentro de algo que me da de comer? ¿Sabes? Lo mismo es con Paddy, él no está rankeado, no me da nada ganarle a él, es solamente un par de personas que quieren verme pelear con él y eso es todo, pero no me da ningún cinturón, no me da ningún mérito, no es como nada, ganarle a un nadie.
Mucha suerte el sábado.
Muchas gracias.
Hola Ilia, ¿está encendido? Sí, ¿no? ¿Tienes la sensación de que se te ha menospreciado por parte de la UFC para hacerte llegar alto en la compañía, que no se te están dando las oportunidades o que no se te está poniendo suficiente en el foco de atención?
Para nada, yo no espero que nadie me ponga un precio, el precio me lo pongo yo. Así que para nada.
Hay mucha gente de los aficionados latinos que no entienden el hype que está habiendo por ti, que creen que quizás estamos desde España o incluso desde Estados Unidos endiosándote un poco. ¿Crees que con esta pelea vas a demostrar por qué la gente desde España te apoya tanto?
Endiosándome para nada, yo no soy ningún dios. Y yo creo que la gente que me apoya desde mi casa, que es España, lo hace por los resultados que he obtenido hasta ahora, ¿no? No es lo que digo, no viene eso de aire, ¿no? He demostrado en varias ocasiones que aquí estamos, que venimos por el título y eso es todo. Si a la gente le puede llegar a ofender, pues problema suyo, ¿no?
A pesar de que esta es tu pelea de más alto perfil, es la pelea que le da la sensación a la gente que tienes más posibilidades de ganar por el emparejamiento. Contra Ryan Hall había peligro de sumisión, igual que contra Bryce Mitchell, otros peleadores de más tamaño como Jai Herbert. ¿Tienes tú también esa sensación de que la gente entiende que a estos niveles tú tienes más posibilidades incluso contra Emmett que contra ellos de vencer?
Es como te digo, yo nunca me pongo a analizar qué es lo que la gente piensa, lo que esperan. Yo sé lo que yo pienso, lo que yo espero de este combate o de cada combate que he tenido hasta ahora, lo que he esperado. Y el resultado es lo que digo, siempre va a ser el mismo para mí, porque para cada pelea me preparo muchísimo, me lo tomo con muchísima profesionalidad en cada momento. Me he preparado lo mejor que pude para esta pelea y el sábado por la noche, lo que te digo, me da igual si ahí me van a meter a Josh Emmett, a Max Holloway, a Volkanovski, lo que sea. Yo me siento como el mejor del mundo, lo he demostrado hasta ahora, lo demostraré una vez más el sábado por la noche y cuando se me llegue esa pelea por el campeonato, todos la van a ver.
Hemos visto que de cara a esta pelea, el último mes lo has realizado en Miami, en el Kill Cliff. ¿Qué podemos prever de tus futuros entrenamientos y campamentos en los próximos años?
Pues básicamente dependiendo de las sensaciones, ¿no? En este momento me sentía como un poco que necesitaba salir de mi zona de confort, lo cual era en España, me sentía demasiado cómodo, entonces necesitaba volver a experimentar esas sensaciones dentro de los entrenamientos, de ir a un entrenamiento, no saber lo que es, lo que te espera, y fue básicamente por lo que moví el campamento, fui al gimnasio a Kill Cliff donde me acogieron con mucha amabilidad y nada, la verdad que la preparación fue me trataron súper bien y el sábado por la noche se va a ver todo reflejado, todo el trabajo que le puse y toda la energía.
Hay peleadores que no solo van a por el cinturón, sino que quieren construir una historia, un legado. Es el caso de Israel Adesanya. ¿Te sientes igual? ¿Crees que aparte de la carrera por el cinturón estás construyendo algo más?
Obviamente, yo espero que con mi ejemplo pueda inspirar a muchísima gente que te da igual de dónde seas, de dónde vengas, todo es posible si tú en tu mente lo puedes ver, todo lo puedes traer a la realidad. Y ese sería el resumen un poco de mi ejemplo, ¿no? Que todos saben de dónde vengo, que nada me lo han regalado, me lo he tenido que ganar con trabajo duro y espero ser un ejemplo y una inspiración para los demás, porque yo digo, el ejemplo no es una de las formas de influir en los demás, es la única forma que hay. Entonces, nada, el sábado por la noche van a ver al Hijo de Dios dentro del octógono brillando.
¿Algún veredicto para la pelea con respecto a Emmett?
Que lo acabaré antes del tiempo, sin lugar a duda. Los jueces ya se pueden ir en la última pelea a descansar, a comerse su bocata porque no los necesitamos.
Gracias.
Ilia, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien, ¿y tú?
En inglés, para MMA Junkie. You just mentioned how you were training in Killcliff. There was some footage that came out of you sparring and training with Kamaru Usman. How was that experience? Obviously, you know, much bigger, right? A former welterweight champion.
Yeah, it was amazing. We did a really like sparring. So it was a really good experience to spar with the champ.
And you mentioned how your goal is to fight Alexander Volkanovski. Obviously, he's got all the accolades. A lot of people see him as the pound-for-pound #1 in the sport right now. Do you agree with that? Do you feel like he is the best fighter on the planet, pound for pound?
No, I don't believe that. I think before John Jones is into the MMA game, he's the #1 pound for pound of MMA. That's my opinion. I think Volkanovski, it's not even close to him.
And by the way, what did you think of Volkanovski's fight against Islam Makhachev? A lot of people were.
He did great. He did great. He did really good. I like that fight. Yeah. Look, I didn't have anything against that guy. You know, the guy is really good. He's the best man in the world for a reason. And yeah, I wanna test myself with him. I didn't have any doubt that I can finish him in the first 2 rounds. So yeah, I can't wait to get this win on Saturday night and face next to Volkanovski.
Will you go watch the fight at UFC 290 in Vegas?
Yeah, I will be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you think is going to win between Jair and Volkanovski?
Volkanovski.
Yeah. Are you pretty confident in that pick?
Yeah, I think like Jair didn't have like many chances to get that win. You know, maybe some submission like he did with Josh Emmett, but I don't think so. It always can happen, you know. It's MMA. We see what he did with Korean Zombie. He were losing all the fight, and he knocked him out in the last 5 seconds. So you never know.
Yeah. And lastly, you have a huge following in Spain. The Spanish MMA has been coming up for many years now, and it's at an all-time high. Do you feel like maybe next year, if all things go well, we can see a UFC event in Spain?
So basically, I were telling this all the time. Like 1 year ago, I had a meeting in Las Vegas, and I were talking to Dana. He told me like, once you put yourself into the top 5, we're gonna take the UFC to Spain. So I'm gonna put myself into the top 5 this Saturday. So we'll see what Dana gonna do.
Gracias.
Grandes. Muchas gracias a todos.
Maycee, co-main event bout, pretty big opportunity here. How are you feeling ahead of this fight?
I'm feeling great. I'm super excited. It's nice to have a quick turnaround and be back here and be on a co-main event spot.
Yeah, and you're on quite a streak, a four fight win streak, potentially 5 on Saturday. What does this what does victory could mean here? Like, are we talking about title shot, title contention? Like, what are you thinking you're fighting for on Saturday?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. You know, I have been chasing that rematch. Obviously, that's something that I want back from Alexa Grasso. Whether that's, you know, the next fight or the fight after, you know, because I know that, you know, obviously Valentina probably wants her shot back, and so that has to happen. But whether Alexa has the title or not, I still want a rematch with her. So the 5-fight win streak means a ton, you know, obviously. No one wants to have a win streak and then go on a losing streak. So I'm planning on continuing the 4-fight win streak and turning it into a 5.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking about your opponent, I want to ask you about Alexa in a minute, but speaking about Amanda, she's fluctuated between 115 and 125. She's had some mixed results. Overall, what have you made of her 125 venture? Do you think it's been successful? Do you feel like she's looked good? Overall, what are your thoughts on her at 125?
I don't know, because I've fought at 115 as well. I moved up to 25 for health reasons, and you know, I think that for me, you know, I really enjoyed that move up. But I also feel like this could be the fight where I solidify the idea of going back down to 115. You know, I know that I've heard that she is thinking about going back down, so I think this fight would really just make that answer in her mind of what she wants to do.
Have you gotten to see her at all? I know we're early in fight week, but have you seen her in person? No?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you also about just Amanda. Obviously, 4-fight win streak. Did you feel like this was an appropriate next step after defeating Andrea Lee?
Yeah, I mean, I talked with Mick, and I wanted a quick turnaround, and this is who was available, and it made sense. You know, I talked to the coaches, of course, and it made sense. Obviously, we got back into camp and put in the work, and now we're here. I also think it makes sense from like the ranking standpoint. You know, I'm 11, she's number 9. I think that's a good step. And just, you know, continue to work my way back up.
Yeah. And just real quick, Alexa, on the UFC official rankings, she's now pound for pound on the female rankings is number 1, obviously, with Amanda Nunes retiring. Mm-hmm. Just your reaction to that? Do you feel like it was merited? What are your thoughts on, you know, a champion in your weight class being pound for pound number 1 right now?
I think it's great. You know, it is cool to see other women have success, and especially all the girls that I've fought. You know, the better they do, the better it continues to look on not just me, but on them too. And I'm happy for her. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I want to see every woman and everybody have their chance at achieving their dreams and their goals. And I know that mine will come. So I'm happy for her, but at the same time, I'm out here working to come and claim that.
Lastly, do you hope in a way that she beats Valentina in the rematch so that there's no trilogy or anything like that, and that you get to have a chance at a rematch and also for a championship belt?
Yes and no. Like, I feel like I'm going to control the things that I can control, and that's going out and winning over Amanda, and then continuing to train and get better and evolve so that when my time comes, I'm ready. And whatever happens, happens. You know, I think it would be cool to see a new champ in there. So for Alexa to continue to win, I think that would be awesome. But at the same time, she's got a tough fight in with Valentina. You know, that isn't just like an easy out. Valentina was the champ for so long for a reason, and I think it's an exciting fight to see the second one. I don't know if I want to watch the same fight 3 times, but seeing the rematch would be good for sure.
Maycee, just a quick one from me. Obviously, Amanda Nunes just retired. She's considered the greatest of all time amongst the women by many. Do you have any thoughts on her retirement? Was she an inspiration to you, and what do you think about her walking away?
Yeah, I think anyone who is as dominant as she was for so long has to be an inspiration to all the fighters, you know, especially females. You know, she's done so much for the sport and for women, you know, just achieving amazing things and being a double champ, and she's done so much. I think the only thing that I didn't like was how much Juliana was talking crap. Like, that was the only thing that was just like, that's just cringy. But that was probably the only thing that I thought about the retirement that I didn't like. And I wish Amanda all the success in the world and the happiness. You know, she's got a family with Nina, and it's really cool to see that. So good for her.
So that's not something we could ever expect from you, to threaten to storm the cage during someone's retirement speech.
I think that was very stupid. Yeah, I just think that, like, you never know what's going on in someone's life, and if she wanted to call it done, you know, she called it done, and, like, who's to say that you can't retire, you know? I think that if Amanda hadn't retired and she fought Juliana, I think that Juliana got out very easy on that, you know, at having the shot at keeping that belt.
Maycee back here. I saw Corey McKenna got her rollerblades. Did she make it through your camp this time without a concussion? Can you confirm that?
Yeah, actually, I didn't train with her as much this camp. She's been, you know, she has a lot of health things that she has to deal with on her own, and she's out training, getting married. She actually got married yesterday, so yeah, she was good this camp. I didn't hurt her at all.
And then what's the relationship like between you and Mike Malott? I see you guys kind of supporting each other on Instagram. I know he was a big presence at Alpha Male. And what did you think about his performance in Vancouver a couple weeks ago?
I think his performance was incredible. You know, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's definitely an inspiration. He works really hard. I haven't gotten to see him in a little bit of time, you know, because he does spend a lot of time training in Canada. But he's part of the Team Alpha Male team, and you know, when he does come out and train, like, you can know that he's in the room because his presence is there, and he's someone that's very inspiring to train alongside.
Maycee, do you get out after fight night in town? I talked to Josh last week, and he said, I like going out and seeing what wineries are in town and good food and fine dining. Do you get out in areas that you fight in and see the best, take in the area?
Yeah, I like to see the area. I'm not necessarily like a party person, you know, but I'm down for whatever. You know, I do like to go and experience the city and the places I get to fight. You know, it's been a very cool thing to be able to fight Boston, Nashville, Jacksonville. So when COVID hit, it was kind of sucked because we didn't get to go and experience the fans and the town and like just the environment and take it all in. So I'm very happy to be here. And yes, I do like to go out and experience the places that I fight. Thank you.
Austen, welcome to Jacksonville. Fight on Saturday. How are we feeling? How's the body? How's the mind ahead of this one?
Yeah, it's all good. Jacksonville was pretty interesting, but man, it's just another fight for myself.
When you say interesting, I feel like there's some subtext there. What do you mean by interesting?
I don't know, man. I just feel like it's a bit dull here, you know. So I don't know if it's just me or yeah, it's a bit weird here.
Try being here when there was COVID, mate. There's nothing going on. What do we make of Austen Lane? You know, what do you think of him, his skills compared to yours? Where do you find success? Where does he find success? What do you have to do to get the win on Saturday?
Yeah, you know, he's a tall guy, lengthy dude, and got a bit of grapple in him, a bit explosive and whatnot. But I feel like I'm more. He's got more fights than me, but I feel like I'm, you know, more well experienced. You know, like amongst more quality fighters, I guess. And you know, I've been in the deep end in some scraps, and I don't know if he has. So we'll see on Saturday if he's about that life.
I mean, it's not like you want to have crazy wars every time you go out there, right? But if you've had some big brawls and you've had some wars and you know the other guy might not have, does that give you sort of a deeper level of confidence? Like, well, if this goes tits up, I'll be able to survive and he might not. Yeah,
for sure. You know, if we both bite down on the mouth guards, you know, like who's been conditioned to that kind of style of fighting, and you know, if his grappling don't work, man, his chin's there for the taking.
Is that just the case of it? It's just, I mean, the strategy's not a secret, is it? You go in there and you try and knock people out. That's still what we're trying to do on Saturday?
Yeah, for sure. You know, that's why they keep bumping me from prelims to main card, man. I think it's my third or fourth time, you know. There's no surprise in what I bring. I try to entertain the crowd, and this is the sport I'm in.
Is that a little bit of a compliment from the promotion there? Like, they keep bumping me up. Is that nice? Or you'd rather see that appreciation maybe delivered in the form of money?
Yeah, man. Bump me to main card and give me that bonus, you know. I felt like I was robbed my last fight of that 50K bonus. So this time there's no more walk-offs, man. If I finish until the ref pulls me off.
Thanks, brother.
Cheers.
Justin, 2-fight winning streak. You had a bit of a shaky start to your UFC career, but now 2 first-round finishes consecutively. What's sort of happening in your career? Have you figured something out, or have just the results been in your favor? You can pinpoint to what's been going on in this latest streak.
Oh, you know, man, I come to the UFC still amateur, you know, in some sense. 3 fights, not even a whole fight under my belt, and I've had to kind of learn as a, you know, on the job kind of thing. And I feel like I'm just getting better and better with every fight, every camp. And I'm just starting to find my groove on what kind of style I kind of bring and what's effective for me. And it's shown in my last 2 outings, and it'll show again this weekend.
And you were just talking about Jacksonville. You mostly fight in Australia. So I was just wondering, are there any cities, maybe just not in the U.S., but just around the world that you'd like to fight in?
Yeah, I'd love to fight in Japan. You know, that's what I feel like. You know, the roots of MMA going global and whatnot with the Pride days, and also the K1 days. My little brother fought in the Ryzen New Year's Eve card, and I was like, man, this is insane. The people are great, and the food's great there. So yeah, Japan definitely. If the UFC goes back there, I would love to get on that card.
Yeah, and I know you went. You fought in February, right? You're returning now. Could we potentially see you a 3rd time as well in 2023, or how do you see the rest of your year panning out?
Yeah, you know, like I come out of this unscathed. I would love to get on that Sydney card. You know, I know the Aussies will love that too. You know, if not, I'd love to fight in again one more time. I had a whole year off last year, so making up for lost time.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, brother.
Hey, Justin, back here. What did you think of Junior's debut? I know you were at the Apex, and I could hear you screaming the whole time. So I mean, do you get more nervous for his fights than your own?
Yeah, for sure, man. You know, something out of your control, so a lot more nerve-wracking, but it was kind of a bittersweet thing because it was obviously proud that my brother was debuting, but man, someone was walking like a bull but acting like a blanket, man, and I was like, you know, credit to Usman, he went the safe route and whatnot, but I felt like Junior didn't lose much stocks. You know, it was a very rough camp for him, and he's shown a glimpse of what he can do, and I think he's going to grow from it for his next fight.
Is that one that you kind of want to get back for your brother? Maybe?
Man, Usman wouldn't fight me, bro. I'll knock him out. You know, he ain't gonna take me down. And if I connect to him, bro, he's gonna be like his brother, respectfully.
And then, like Junior was originally scheduled to face Austen Lane. So I mean, were you doing any research for Junior at the time? Like, have you watched a lot of tape on him?
Yeah, a bit. A little bit of tape we've watched and seen some of his tendencies and whatnot. So it's kind of fitting. But honestly, I just wanted to fight around this time of the year just because I knew that Australia was kind of like September, October. So I was like, this would be a good little gap. But I just asked for anyone and they gave me Austen Lane. I was like, why not?
Thanks, bro.
Cheers, brother.
Austin's a Jacksonville guy. I don't know if you know the background. He was Jaguars draft pick and has started things here.
Is that their sport, all the helmets and padding and tampons and that? Nah.
Do you? I mean, the crowd, the fight. Do you notice anything off of that? If there's a hometown guy fighting you, or have you fought local before and noticed that excitement in the crowd?
Yeah, you know, second fight I fought Juan Adams in his hometown, and he's a big boy too, and I feel like it'll be the same result. But you know, the crowd, even if they're disrespectful, I feel like I win them over with the kind of style I fight. I'll fight for them, you know, like for them to have entertainment and man, I'm not too much to hate on kind of thing. So yeah.
Sort of following along the same question. What approach do you have going into a fight where the crowd is coming in favor of the opponent? I mean, what challenges does that present for you, or does it present any challenges?
Probably just noise. You know, I'm not too fussed, bro. When you grow up in my household, man, you get a lot of mocks and a lot of truthful talk. So none of those guys kind of matter to me. I don't really know any of the crowd, so it doesn't affect me much. Cheers. Thank you.
Olhando sempre pra câmera lá, né? Bom.
Gabriel, how are you feeling ahead of your return to the octagon?
Como é que você está sentindo nesse retorno ao octágono?
Muito feliz e muito bem.
I'm very happy, very well, very good to go.
This will be your first fight since tasting defeat. Prior to your last fight, you were obviously undefeated. I'm wondering how that has changed your mentality, your preparation. How did your first professional loss affect you?
Essa é a tua primeira luta depois de uma derrota. Antes disso você vinha invicto. Eu gostaria de saber como é que isso mudou, talvez, ou se mudou, a maneira como você se preparou para a luta, de uma maneira geral.
Fiz tudo que tinha que ser feito e sempre melhorando, né? Então, para mim, Nada mudou.
I did everything that I needed to do, always trying to get better. I mean, for me, nothing changed, really.
Some fighters sometimes say that losing that undefeated record is almost a relief because they're not really worried about protecting it, and it's almost a relief to experience defeat in MMA. Wondering if you experience the same thing.
Alguns atletas falam que perder a primeira luta é até um alívio, porque tira aquela responsabilidade de ficar tentando proteger esse retrospecto invicto. Você se sentiu dessa maneira também? Tirou pelo menos um pezinho da tua cabeça?
Não, a vida já tem um peso, né? Então, pra mim, tá aqui vivendo isso, pra mim é tudo grandioso, maravilhoso.
No, I didn't feel the pressure, especially because life is a weight in and of itself in our back. I think just for me to be here, it's pretty grand.
And if you can size up David Onama, like what are your thoughts on him? Where do you see his skills matching up with yours? Where do you see you excelling, and where do you think maybe you need to watch out for?
E falando um pouquinho do David Onama, onde é que você vê, como é que você vê essa luta? Onde que você acha que você é mais perigoso e onde que você acha que talvez você tenha que trabalhar ou se cuidar por conta das especialidades dele?
Cara, quando começo um camp de treinamento para uma luta, eu foco principalmente em mim, né? Olho o cara, não subestimo em nenhum momento, mas eu foco em mim, entendeu? As minhas armas, entendeu? Então, eu sei quando é um cara perigoso, é um guerreiro também, é um lutador, não subestimo, entendeu? Mas eu acredito muito no meu melhor. Vou dar meu melhor do meu melhor. Então, para mim, o importante é eu estar bem.
Man, when I start camp, when I start training for someone, I obviously I don't underestimate an opponent, but I focus a lot on myself. I focus on a lot of things that I need to do. I focus on the training that I need to do. Never underestimating a guy. He's a tough guy, a warrior like myself, a fighter. Never underestimate your opponent, but I really try to focus on myself on during training time.
Is there a particular way you see this bout playing out?
Tem algum jeito, uma maneira como você acha que talvez essa luta vai caminhar? Se você pudesse dizer assim, puxa, eu acho que a luta vai, eis que talvez vá acontecer.
Vai acabar antes do último round.
It's gonna finish before the last round.
Thank you.
Gabriel, aqui no fundo, tudo bom? Conta um pouquinho pra gente, sua segunda luta. Você tá vindo de uma derrota, entre aspas, porque acho que foi unanimidade, todo mundo achou que você ganhou aquela luta. Como que você vem para a sua segunda luta no UFC? O que a gente pode esperar de você lá no sábado à noite?
Gabriel, can you please tell us a little more about, okay, this is your second fight in the UFC after a first one that's kind of a consensus. A lot of people thought that you won that fight. You had a great fight. You gave it your all. A lot of people still think that fight went your way. What does it feel to actually come back for your second fight in the UFC?
Gabriel pronto, preparado e querendo, entendeu? Esse é o resumo da minha vida, de tudo que eu vou fazendo para estar lá em cima, entendeu? A cada luta, a cada momento, entendeu? Então, eu evoluo assim, na pressão, entendeu? Eu amo isso, entendeu? Então, vai ser uma grande luta e sei que me preparei bem melhor do que da última vez, né? Que na última vez foi muito em cima da hora, entendeu? Não busco justificativa, não fico botando desculpa, entendeu? Sei que sou um guerreiro, sei que sou um lutador, então quem cria desculpa já, né? Então eu não crio desculpa, só trabalho duro e para sempre fazer o melhor lá em cima.
A Gabriel that's prepared, that's ready, and that is eager. That's the story of my life. That's what I've always wanted. That's how I see myself. I'm someone that has always trained very hard to actually be in this position. I'm not going to make excuses for it. This is not me. I think once you start making excuses for something that happened, we're fighters. We're here, and that's what we're willing to do. Just working hard, evolving, and you're going to see that. All good?
Thank you. Let's go.
Neil, how are we feeling ahead of this one on Saturday night? How's the body? How's training camp? How's everything been?
For this training camp, I mean, I had a lot of personal issues at the beginning of camp, end of my last fight. That was kind of like holding me back, getting in the way of things. In the last couple months, I feel like a lot of things got resolved. I was able to focus a lot on training, getting better in this fight in particular. So yeah, I'm in a great place right now, mentally, physically. Everything's really lining up for me.
Is that the thing that probably the outsiders don't really understand, that like personal life stuff can actually affect your training, can affect the way you fight, and can just kind of mess with you in general the whole time? Is that something that we just don't appreciate from the outside looking in?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because you don't want to give yourself an excuse, but at the end of the day, you have to actually deal with that crowd that's holding you back on the outside. You can't just say, like, oh, that's not going to affect me. And the entire time you're sitting there thinking about, like, all right, go out there and fight your opponent. But you have this thing that's sitting right there in the back of your head. It's kind of like taking every thought, every emotion away from you, not being able to, like, actually focus in on what the task at hand is. So getting those things off the table, get those things out of the way was a huge relief for me. And I feel like now I'm in a great place.
Cool. I think, you know, Ian Gary made a very public call out of you, not something that many people do. So I think, you know, look, Phil's a great opponent, but when you heard that call out, what was your reaction to his call out? And were you interested in that fight, or were you just like, no, I've got Phil and we'll focus on that?
Yeah, I was definitely I was focused on having the fight with Phil. I knew I had a fight already scheduled, so I couldn't get too far away from the opponent that I already had scheduled or whatever. But yeah, it's definitely a call out that's worth entertaining. I mean, the guy is currently, I believe, ranked in the top 15. I believe he's undefeated in UFC as well. So it definitely is a matchup that definitely intrigues me. But first things first, I got Phil Saturday night, so I try to like really focus on that one first.
It's funny, right? Because stylistically, you're not a guy that many people want to call out. So when you are sitting there and you're watching TV and you suddenly hear your own name, is that like a kind of a trippy experience to be like, oh, he's talking about me?
Yes and no. I mean, I know it comes with it. It's just more so about a numbers game. Like, I've been called out literally by every single fighter in the top 15 right now at some point or another. But them actually following through and saying, like, oh, yeah, that's the fight I really, really want, that rarely ever happens. You know what I mean? Like, after the fight, when they ask you, hey, who want to fight next, it's easier to look at the number behind the name and say, oh, yeah, I want to fight this guy, and know, like, the willingness that I'm really going to say yes to whomever it is or whatever. So it is surprising that was the call out at all. But is it something they really want at the end of the day? I highly doubt it.
Where do you see your success coming on Saturday night?
I feel like it comes with me just being able to go out there and really push the pace and fight my fight. Like, I feel like if I go out there and just be relentless and keep pushing the pace, I can find a way to break him in the fight.
Not that I'm trying to retire you or anything, but like, you are creeping up to like 40 fights. You are 35, right? So I'm just wondering, like, you're still very competitive, but have you thought about like retirement at all? Has it ever crossed your mind?
Nah, not even close. Nah, never crossed my mind yet. I mean, there's still a lot to be done in the sport. I know I've been in the sport for a while. I know I've done a lot thus far, but I'm still healthy. I'm still doing well. I'm still very competitive with the guys in my division. So for me, there's no side of retirement anytime soon. But one of those things that's like, I'll go to the gym on a daily basis, like, ooh, that was a rough one. Neil got kind of roughed up today. Maybe I'll consider it, but that's not the case at all. I'm going out there. I'm very competitive with my peers as far as the guys I'm fighting against, and I'm very competitive against my peers in the gym as well. So with that being the case, I don't see retirement anytime soon for me.
Yeah. When you started this thing back in 2012, I believe, right? Did you think you were gonna like be close to like logging in 40 fights? Like, how did you see yourself in the sport? Did you feel like you were gonna have this much longevity?
Honestly, to see myself come this far, I did not see this at all. I mean, especially the way my UFC career started out. I started out 1-2 on the verge of being cut by the UFC. I honestly thought after getting that second loss in a row, going 1-2 my first year, that was it. I was gonna get cut. Literally every single person that was on my Ultimate Fighter cast or whatever, they all got cut after 2 losses or whatever. So I was like, well, there it is. This is my run. I even went as far as like taking the Denver police exam, because I thought, like, all right, well, that's it. My UFC career is over. Let me go ahead and transition to the next thing and keep moving forward. And I got an opportunity to go out there and compete in UFC again. That took me on a 7-fight win streak. Was able to get ranked and haven't looked back ever since.
Yeah, nice. And you mentioned there's still a lot to get done. What are those things? Like, do you have a list of goals, of records you want to break, of places you want to fight? Like, what else is there left to do in the sport for you?
Yeah, ultimately the biggest goal for me is the UFC championship. I mean, that's still a huge goal for me. That's still something I feel that's attainable. I still feel like that's within reach for me. So that's definitely the biggest goal for me within this sport. Along the way, if I'm able to accomplish certain things like most wins, most whatever that I can set along the way, great. I'll take those accolades as
as they come. But for me, the biggest thing is keep my eyes set on that big prize, which is the UFC championship.
Yeah. And I want to ask you, speaking of the belt, Colby's supposed to fight at some point against Leon Edwards. We still don't have a date for that or a card, but overall, like, what are your thoughts on that fight? Do you feel like Leon Edwards keeps his belt?
It's so hard to be. I don't want to feel like I'm being biased or whatever, but I honestly think that Kobe might be able to take that belt from Leon just stylistically, with the wrestling pressure and that kind of thing. I mean, even with the last two fights with Usman, when Usman decided to put the pressure on him and wrestle him and things like that, Leon really struggled in the fight. When Usman decided to back off and allow Leon space to move around and execute his own striking, that's where he tend to find the most success. I don't think Kobe's gonna make the same kind of mistake. Kobe's not a fighter that necessarily cares about like the crowd's opinion or the media's opinion as far as like how he fights. He just really want to go out there and get it done by any means necessary. So I could definitely see Kobe going out there and just kind of put on a wrestling clinic against Leon and getting it done that way.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool, no problem. Going once, going twice. Sold. Awesome. Thank you guys.
What's good? What's good? How you doing? What up, man?
Did you cross paths with Neil at all?
Yeah. I said hi to him. He didn't acknowledge me. It's fucking weird, but no big deal.
Okay.
He's in fight mode.
Right. Yeah. How is that usually like during fight week, right? Because we talked to you about the fight and all that, but like you guys sometimes have interactions here at the hotel. You guys are staying in the same place. Is it uncomfortable? Is it weird?
Not for me. I'm normal. These guys are weenies, man. Like, we fight. It's what we do. We've been fighting a long time. Common courtesy. How you doing? Good to see you. Good morning. When they're in fight mode, I guess, you know, like they're weird. Yeah. Like most of them are weird. Like a select few have common courtesy, are normal people. How you doing? Good to see you. Good day. You know, like that doesn't change anything Saturday, you know? Whatever. I just saw him. I said, hey, he just kind of, whatever. Weird.
Do you take it personal? Or?
No, they're just weird, man. They're just weird. No biggie.
And you're on quite a streak, man. You're looking good. Can you talk about this moment in your career? It seems like, you know, everything's coming together.
Yeah, man. I think looking where I came from, man, and where I am now, I'm winning, right? What people don't understand is where I'm from, where I'm born, where I grew up, how I grew up, I already won a long time ago. So all this is extra. And just for me, beating a guy like this, which I know I can, which I know I will do, it will just ink me for myself, you know? All this is extra, you know? Getting to the UFC, winning fights in the UFC, it's all extra. Guys can't even get here, and I'm knocking people out here, you know? And what do you think's gonna happen? This is early on in my career. I got 3 KOs in a row. Like, this is just the tip of the iceberg for me. So I'm grateful. I'm blessed. I'm appreciative for where I'm at, and I try to take time to just enjoy right now because I remember where I started, and I'm just happy.
And Neil Magny, we were just talking to him, and he's approaching like 40 fights. I mean, he's a veteran of the sport. He got called out recently by Ian Gary, I believe. He's somebody a lot of people want to fight. So I was just wondering, is he somebody that was in your radar and you wanted to cross paths with at some point?
Who?
Neil.
I mean, I'm fighting him Saturday, so yeah, I guess, right? I don't care, man. Like, I don't.
I'm saying like before the booking, like is that?
Not necessarily, man. Neil is a good guy, man. Great father, great human being, an awesome person. And I actually reached out to him a long time ago, just because he's a tall guy, kind of like myself. And we were supposed to train together a long time ago. I was supposed to go actually to his home and stay for a little bit and train. This is pre-UFC, so I'm very appreciative of that. Like, I don't forget those things. But also, he agreed to fight me first. You know, my manager threw that name, and I was like, oh, all right, well, you know, yeah, that's cool. How does he like? Yeah, he accepted. So I don't know if he thinks I'm a pussy or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, he accepted immediately. So we ain't that cool in the sense of, you know what I mean? He accepted the fight before I did. So, hey, I'll be there Saturday night to rumble.
Did that surprise you that he accepted?
Yes and no. You know, like I said, not really. I'm like, I don't know him personally. I just know of him. I've trained with him one time. He's a great guy. But you know what I mean? Like, there's no friends in this game, clearly. So he thinks he can beat me up. He's going to try to physically harm me really bad, and I'm going to try to do the same.
And lastly, you have looked great, but you have missed weight a couple of times. So just wondering what happened there and what are some of the things that you're doing to make sure, you know, that's dialed in.
I just missed weight, you know. And what's a weird thing, too, with MMA, like, weight cutting there's nothing natural about weight cutting, right? I listen to commentators, and commentators are silly people because if you watch all my fights, every fight, for whatever reason, I'm the underdog. I don't know why, like, but I am, which I don't care. And every single fight, if you listen to them talk about me, it's very weird. Like, the way they speak on me, like, I don't know. Like, it's always negative until the guy's laid out in front of me, you know? And I remember I was listening to them talk. There's like this, everyone talks about if you miss weight, oh, how you had a bad camp or how things didn't go right. And there is nothing natural about making weight. You can bust your ass for 8 weeks, do everything right, and then 2 hours before the fight, miscalculate or don't get in the sauna long enough, and then all of a sudden you didn't train hard enough, and now in the fight, like, well, he missed weight, so let's see. That shit ain't normal. You know what I mean? Like, cutting 25 pounds is not normal. I missed weight. Not my coaches, not my nutritionist. It was my fault. It was a time error thing. I was in Orlando at home. I didn't stay at the fighter hotel. I decided to wake up very late. I got to the sauna. I didn't have enough time. Dean called me and said, hey, man, if you're not here in an hour, we're canceling your fight. I told my coach, dude, let's just make weight and show up late. I said, what are they going to do? He's like, Phil, they're going to cancel your fight. I was like, no, they're not. Maybe they would have. I was fine. Cool as a cucumber. I made the weight the night before. It was a time error. But then you listen to these weenies on the mic talk, man, he wasn't working hard enough. He cut weight. They don't know shit. Cutting weight ain't natural. I'll make weight. I'm going to show up. I'm going to rumble and try to knock this guy's head off. Sorry, man, that kind of ticked me a little bit, the weight cutting, because these guys, you know, they're just, they speak on things they don't know about, you know, but nothing's natural about making weight.
You know much about Jacksonville? I know you're Orlando-based, but coming up here, do you know anything about the town, the city? Do you plan to go out after?
Yeah,
fights?
I went to high school in Palm Coast, which is like about 45 minutes south of here. Jacksonville is, it's you know, we're in the best place in Jacksonville. Anywhere outside of here, but where we are is nice. You know what I mean? The waterfront, you know, it's nice. But other than where we are, I wouldn't go venture too many places in Jacksonville. But it's all right, you know. I've had my first professional win was in Jacksonville, House of Fame. Rest in peace, Rumble Johnson. He was like, I think he sponsored the show. I was 0-2 at that time. I fought Jeremy Bethea, and I won. So Jacksonville's a little special place to me. 2015 that was. So Jacksonville's okay, you know. It's okay.
FBC or Matanzas guy?
I went to Matanzas. Okay. I was the first graduating class of Matanzas, 2008.
Hey man, I'm not just harping on this to continue like trying to irritate you, but the weight cut thing interests me. Do you think it's kind of unfair that when a guy misses weight, goes out, puts on an amazing performance, he's not suddenly ineligible for the bonus?
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, you know? That's odd. You got to make weight, of course, right? It's a part of the game, but that's very odd. You know what I mean? Like, and then like I've knocked out 3 people in a row. Nothing. No bonus, no nothing. You know what I mean? Like my mom is dealing with 2 forms of cancer. They're plastering her on the TV screen talking about my mom, which I didn't ask them to do. There's no woe is me. I get it done. You know, I don't look for nobody for nothing. I don't look for favors. But if you're going to put my mom on blast her up in the arena and talk about her and bless me, you know what I mean? Show me. I went out there and stretched the guy that makes 3 times as much money I make. You know what I mean? Show me something. Brian Battle missed weight. Shout out to Brian Battle. That's my boy. Dana sat up here and said, you know what? I'm giving him a bonus. I laid out 3 people in a row in a sport where it's hard to finish fights. And I've finished 3 in a row. Nothing. It's all good. I just keep doing it.
Thanks, man.
Phil, back here. Do your partners at the gym like willingly know that you're gonna record them when you're making videos?
No, and that's what makes it even better, you know? But they also know me, and like it's just like a sixth sense from Christ. Like I just know when something's about to pop off. Like something could be over there and I'm here. Boom. You know what I mean? And it's viral. I don't know why. I just catch all these moments. So I just have a knack for it. It's very odd. I got a spidey sense, and it saves me at times. On the way up here, I'm driving I-95. Epic crash in front of me. Literally on the highway. Boom, boom, boom. Cars everywhere. My nutritionist is in the car with me, and he's like, man, Phil, I'm surprised you saw it. But, like, I don't know why, man. You know, like, I just got a spidey sense, and it gets me out of jams. And literally on the way up here, no exaggeration, 3-car pileup, huge accident right in front of me. Like, cars smushed, looked like something out the Avengers. That spidey sense kicked in, hit the brakes on the M8, evaded the accident, no problem.
And what do you think about your promotability? Because like your Instagram's, I think about 60,000 right now.
60,000 without a static post from the UFC, without no love from the UFC. I'm the most charismatic guy here. I dress the best. I put myself together the best. I'm the funniest guy. It is what it is. You know, I watch these cats. They follow me. They capitalize on things that I do, things that I say for years since I've been here. And they don't show me love. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about Phil that I don't know if it's the authenticity. I don't know if I'm too thorough. I don't know what it is, but like it's odd, man. Like I fought this one guy who's not in the UFC anymore, and he was undefeated when I beat him. And leading in fight week, he had like 3 static posts, and they were just pushing him. And I'm like, it was weird to me. Like for a debut, oh Phil, he has a twin brother. He da da da. Cool. Went out, bing bing bing, get him out of here. Didn't even get a post. So I don't know what it is, you know, and everything that I'm doing is organic for myself. I don't, I mean, nobody's pushing me, but I watch these guys, man. I come out with shirt designs. I see other fighters do it. I come out with jerseys. I always say it all the time, the UFC is my NBA. I was blessed with a gift to play basketball, and I let it pass me by not working hard, and I understand that. And this was hard. And I always say the UFC is my NBA. All my apparel is basketball related. I watch these guys. They make jerseys. They make bucket hats. They do what I do. It's me. It's because of me. And they're capitalizing. But all I got to keep doing is being Phil, keep laying people out. I'm the source. So the ideas don't go nowhere, you know? So I just got to keep doing what I'm doing, and that's knocking people out. And it's weird because at times I feel like I've earned it. I'm here. It's like Phil Jackson, I'm like the last man on the bench. It's like I'm inactive. You know what I mean? Like, get me in the game, coach. Throw me the ball. Like, I'm here. You know? It's weird to me. It's not like I'm on the contender. I came through the contender. It's not like I'm not in the UFC, not knocking people out. So I don't get why they don't show me a little love. You know what I mean? I guess I just got to keep knocking people out.
And then last one for me. How did the relationship with Nems come about?
Nems, shout out to Nems, fuck your life, bing bong. Nothing but New York love me, man. I'm from Brooklyn. I'm from East Flatbush. New York respects me. The streets respect me respectfully. I do a lot of things for the culture. I'm a philanthropist. I'm going around to the most troubled schools in America, and I'm tapping in with the community. I talk to these kids, and it's not about me just showing face, taking pictures. It's sustainability. I'm really in these neighborhoods. I'm really talking to these kids. Diploma Plus High School in Coney Island. I'm there. I'm talking to kids. Nems is a big part of Coney Island, and he just saw what I did, and we tapped in with each other. And I'm just being Phil, you know. So I Get Your Teach On is a huge platform. Wade King is the owner of Get Your Teach On, and they have over 5,000 educators, and they empower the school systems. So they're going around the country and going to quote-unquote troubled schools and schools that need help, and they're in there from the ground up. If the infrastructure needs to be changed, they're educating teachers, they're bringing people in, and this is something that I've always wanted to do. I went to an alternative school. I got kicked out of regular school a couple times, and I see how those kids get left by the wayside. You know, luckily for me, I was just a knucklehead. You know, I came from a God-fearing home, 2 really good parents. So I knew when I did wrong, right? It was a choice on my end, you know. I always knew better. So not only should I have done better, I should have been showing other kids what to do. So after I got out that situation I was in, I always felt it was imperative that I needed to go back and talk to these kids. And I've been doing it. So Wade King saw what I was doing, and he kind of helped amplify what I was doing. Shout out to Brian Smith in the UFC. He helps me out a lot as well. And Nems tapped in with me, and we're just kind of trying to grow the reach, you know. So I'm using my little platform and trying to do better. That's all.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, Phil, I have one for you.
You're Brazilian?
Yeah.
E aí, compadre?
So that's what I'm gonna actually say. Like, I've been to your gym multiple times.
Okay.
You've been around some of the greatest names in Brazil MMA with Jacare and Macaco, and now Rodolfo. How much of that, like almost like a fellowship, shaped into your MMA career right now?
What was your name?
Rafael.
Rafael. My last name might as well be Dos Santos, man, or Souza, as many of the Brazilians that I know. And I'm tapped in, you know what I mean? Like, I've been to Brazil. I've been in the favelas out there. And what people don't understand about me, too, is the bread and butter of my game is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, bar none. Gi Jiu-Jitsu. I pull guard every damn fight I'm in. I knock people out because I get spooked in there, and then I'm just like, you know what I mean? But, like, where I'm comfortable is on my back in my closed guard. I started in Gi Jiu-Jitsu. Jacare Souza changed the trajectory of my career. Jacare Souza put me in his corner when I was 1 and 2. Jacare would fly me around the world, give me money. I'm his coach. I see Andre Pederneiras, Jose Aldo, they're looking like, yo, who this nigga with Jacare? Like, who this guy? This is my coach, man. And I would feel so humbled and blessed to be there. I would be like, man, why? I would think at times in the hotel. Side note, when you're at the top of the UFC, it's a whole different experience because this is my 5th fight, and I've never experienced what Jacare was experiencing when I was cornering him. You know what I mean? Like, the doors, the rooms they got you staying in open up like this. You know what I mean? There's kitchens. It's different, you know? And I would always say, man, why am I, like, even one time I said, Jacare, man, you know, you can have some, no, man, you will be here, man. You will be here, man. You're the best, man. You need to see this, man. You need to walk. You need to see this. And he believed in me when I was 1 and 2, when many people didn't. When many people didn't think I'd get here. And he gave me opportunity, and I would always be indebted to him for that. I cornered him numerous times in the UFC, 4 or 5 times. So I got the feel for the UFC early on. 2 and 2, 3 and 2, I'm with Jacare, you know what I mean? So just being that great white shark, being a little fish under his dorsal, you know what I mean? Collecting the scraps, you learn so much, you know? And I tapped in with so many people because of him. Damian Maia, you name it. I can sit here for hours, how many people that I've rolled with and got to meet because of Jacare. I go to Brazil, I'm 3 and 2 at the time. Hey, Philly, hey, man, picture, man, Jacare, hey, man. Like, it's crazy, you know? So I came up that way. Now I train with Rodolfo Vieira. So I've always been around the elite jiu-jitsu practitioners, and I'm grateful, and I never take it for granted. You know, I never take training with Lyoto Machida for granted. I never take, as much as he tries to knock my head off, you know what I mean? That man talks in parables. I never take it for granted training with Macaco. So I'm just enjoying every second of it, grateful, and just being humble for all the opportunities that all those Brazilian guys have given me.
That's awesome. And back in 2017, I think you gave me and Paulo Costa a haircut.
Oh, word. Okay, copy.
How was
Ohashina.
You still doing that?
Of course. So I've been cutting hair since I was 12. It's just something I enjoy doing. I have a barbershop in my house, so I chopped up you and Paulo when you guys came through. I've cut Jacare. I've cut everybody, you know. So that's pretty cool. I forgot about that.
Hey, good fight, man.
Thank you.
Take us back that fight 2015, 8 years ago here in Jacksonville. You were 0-2 at the time. What could you have imagined that you'd be back here 8 years from now in Jacksonville again, from 8 years in from now in UFC?
Specifically here, no. In Jacksonville, no. Where I'm at, in retrospect, absolutely. You know, I believed in me from day one, and I knew I'd be here. And I remember walking out House of Fame at the waterfront. It was over here somewhere. Sick promotion. They must have ran out of money. Like, there's no way you can have a promotion the production, like, it looked like the UFC. But I remember before I walked out, I was like, Phil, if you lose this one, that is it. In the sense of not quitting, but like, we got to keep this train rolling. We got to figure out a new path, you know, because this ain't it. And I just knew he'd have to kill me that evening, and he didn't, for me to stop my trajectory, and I ended up getting the win, and I'm blessed to be here. Appreciate you guys.
Hi guys. Hi, hi, hi.
Amanda, here. First co-main event bout, right, in the UFC. Does it feel any different than your previous fights?
Yes, for sure. I mean, all my fights, so excited at the training, at the fight, but now in common event in Jacksonville, I'm really excited.
And when you got the news about the co-main event bout, is that kind of like you scratched something off the bucket list, and now you can look ahead of headlining maybe in the future?
Yes, for sure. When I saw that I go to common event, I look at my dad and me. Oh my goodness! Maybe they have my photo and the card, but not yet. So this put more fire in my heart to go to the cage and get the win. If God bless me, for me, can show what I'm training for.
And this fight is at 125. In the past few years, you've fluctuated between 115, 125. Can you give us an update where your career lies? Is that going to continue both weight classes, or are you going to stick to 125? What's your plan?
For me, it's good because when the UFC offer me 125, I can get with 2 weeks, 1 week for the fight because I always training at my gym, and with 115, I need more time. So, and in my vision, it's always good the fighter is still fighting. Like last year, I did just one fight, and in my planning, I was planning to do, I don't know, 3 fights, but God bless me, I did one, but was good. So this time, I hope I can do more, and that's it.
So the plan is to do both, just to be more active.
Yes, for sure, yeah.
Which weight class have you felt the best?
For me, 125, I can eat more, I feel more stronger, and 115, I feel faster. So both are good for me. Just there is just this difference.
And I want to ask you, obviously, about your opponent, Maycee Barber. When you got the name, what did you think? Is this someone that you've had sort of seen throughout, your time in the UFC? Is this someone that you potentially saw yourself fighting at some point?
Yes. I was watching her before the announce of the fight because she's really good. I like to watch her fights. She is exciting fighter, and she have a hype too. So this is really good, not just for me as a person, like for sponsors and all, but for a fighter, like a professional. Because when the UFC put me against her, it's awesome because the audience wants to see, and this is amazing.
And where do you think a win over her does to you in terms of your standing in the division? Because she is on a 4-fight win streak, looking quite good. What do you think it does to your career if you beat her?
I hope I can get the win. I'm training for that. God bless me. Woo! Arms to the top. But I think, of course, depends the way fight goes. I have sure with a lot of punchings and kickings and on the grounds and really excited, and then somebody wins with a great bonus of the night, and I hope you can get top 5.
Nice. And lastly, recently Amanda Nunes retired. She's a huge part of women's MMA history, a fellow Brazilian. So I just wanted to ask you what she means to you as an athlete, as a woman, as a Brazilian. What does Amanda Nunes mean to you, and what do you think of her legacy, if you have any words about her?
I cry when she retired, but it was happy for me because she did a lot. She for me, not just for me, but I think for the world, she is the GOAT. She is a smart fighter, and this is hard inside the cage to be smart, to get a vision of the fight, and she has this. So for me, was a pleasure to meet her, to meet Nina, to meet her Regan too. So now I think she deserves to enjoy a little bit the life without diet, and I think she will come back if someone start to growing up on the UFC division, and then nobody will kill this girl, and then Amanda Nunes come back, you know, I think.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Amanda, vou falar em português aqui. Primeiro Main Event, como é que você tá? Como é que foi a preparação? O que a gente pode esperar da Amandinha no sábado à noite?
Então, a preparação foi muito forte. Eu treinei muito, muito, muito. Foi toda lá em Varginha. Dieta, tava indo tudo certo. Treino tudo certo. Quando eu fiquei sabendo que era Main Event, meu coração já... nossa, vamos! Eu já fico muito empolgada só de falar que eu vou lutar, né? Que eu sempre... No meu camp todo, eu sempre fico muito focada na luta. Até dou uma sumida, às vezes, das redes sociais. Minha irmã que cuida, tudo. Pra chegar na semana da luta, eu ficar... ai, chegou, o trabalho foi feito. Agora é aproveitar o momento, as oportunidades. E conseguir fazer o que eu fiz dentro da academia, lá no octógono.
E falar um pouquinho da aposentadoria da Amanda Nunes. Vocês treinaram juntos, eu sei que vocês são bem amigas. Como que foi para você, o quanto ela te inspirou e o que você acha que acontece daqui para frente?
A Amanda Nunes é uma querida. Eu fiquei fã dela quando eu fui na América Top Team a primeira vez. Nem era atleta do UFC, nem nada. E ela sentou do meu lado, me deu altas dicas, não só de treino, mas de como competir, como aprender a relaxar antes de competir também. E eu fiquei fascinada, porque eu acho ela muito gente boa. E ela tem uma visão de luta, não só dentro do octógono no campeonato, mas também nos treinos. Às vezes eu olhava e eu, caramba, como é que ela, como atleta, ali no meio da luta, conseguiu ter essa visão que às vezes só o técnico tem. Então, eu acho ela muito inteligente e lutadora também.
Obrigado. Vamos com tudo, sábado.
De nada, bora. Thank you.
what's up, guys?
Josh, another fight, another main event. How are you feeling ahead of this one? How's training camp been, and how are we looking towards it?
Great. Yeah, everything is going great. Glad to be back. I'm glad to have a fast turnaround. And, of course, you know, be here in the beautiful state of Florida. I'm looking to put on a show for the fans.
How much of that is something that we outsiders sort of underestimate, how important it is to keep momentum going by having those quick turnarounds? Obviously, you can't do it forever, right? You're going to need to take some periods of time off. But how good is it to just sort of have a couple of fights back to back and keep that momentum going?
Yeah, I've always wanted to just stay as consistent as possible, just because, you know, this is my career, this is my livelihood. I want to get back in there. I'm still ranked 5th in the world. I'm fighting a tough opponent. So, you know, I just have to go out there, make a statement, and then I'm right back in title contention and talk. So consistency is key, and, you know, here we are. I'm turning around, fighting 4 months later, and, yeah, couldn't be happier about it.
Yeah. It's funny, right? I think both you and Ilia have the same sort of mindset here, like, oh, if I go out on Saturday, get a statement win, I'm right in that title shot. Alex needs contenders, and I could be the one that's next. Is that the sort of mindset you're going in with on Saturday?
Yeah, 100%. The only reason why I'm doing this is because I want to be a world champion. Before I got in the UFC, I only wanted to fight for the UFC, and I wanted to be a world champion. And that's, you know, dating back to over a decade ago. And here we are. I have to go out there. I'm solely focused on a tough Ilia. And then I'm literally right back in the mix, you know. And you never know what happens with the UFC and the division and injuries and things like that. I could be one win away after this for a title shot, or, hey, maybe slide right into that title fight. You never know. But I have to beat him first.
Yeah. Ilia was here earlier, and he's not a man lacking in confidence. He was looking forward to Saturday. He wants to put on that statement win. When you look at his strengths, right, he's a guy who's very highly touted in the division. You know, these guys are saying, oh, this is a future champion and stuff like that. When you look at him, where are his strengths and where are the holes where you can have success?
Yeah, no, Ilia's he's tough. That's why he's here. You know, he's in this position for a reason. He's really well-rounded. He's good everywhere. But the holes that I do see in his game, I'm not going to tell you guys. You guys are just going to have to watch on the 24th and see how I do capitalize on that. But you never know. It's like everyone's always the next champion, the next contender, the next big thing. This is going to be a tough test for him.
He maintained he was not overlooking you, but he also was not shying away from saying, oh, but if I fight Alex, I'll beat him in 1 or 2 rounds. And he did have his eyes on that fight. Do you allow yourself to look at Alex Volkanovski, or do you just think there's no point in looking at that until I beat this guy?
Yeah, no, of course that's the ultimate goal. Whoever is holding the belt, that's who I want to fight. But I can't even get there first. He's the best. And in my mind, he's a pound for pound. You know, I think he's 2 right now. John Jones deserves that spot, but I have to get through Ilia. I can't overlook anyone, and I never do. I'm not looking forward. I'm not looking behind. I'm solely focused on him. And Volkanovski, he's a savage, man. He is an absolute savage. So for someone to say that he's going to go in there and put him away in 1 or 2, you know, I don't know if he actually believes that. Maybe he's just saying what he thinks people want to hear.
What do you make of the Volkanovski-Yair fight, and how do you see that one playing out?
Yeah, stylistically, it's a crazy fight. You know, we know what Volkanovski is capable of. We know what Yair is capable of. It's the same type of stuff. Yair is going to come out with throwing the elusive kicks. He's really fast with those kicks, and just crafty as hell. Like, you don't know what angle they're coming in. Volkanovski just stays in his shell, really well-rounded, strong, tough. He's a champion for a reason. So it's, you know, if Volkanovski wins, I kind of feel like I know how it's going to go. If Yair wins, we all know how it's going to go too. So it's, I'm looking forward to it. I have nothing but respect for both those guys, and yeah, they're amazing people.
Josh, you've had adversity, right, through injuries and many other things throughout your career. In your last fight, you know, having a loss in that type of fight, you know, it's a big moment, right? I'm just wondering, what was sort of your mindset then, and how were you able to bounce back mentally and regroup and be like, all right, let's keep moving forward, let's keep hunting for that title?
Yeah, you just, you know, you got to deal with the cards you're dealt, and that was a shitty hand, and it was a shitty performance on my part. You know, I give that nothing shorter than a or an F. It was a big fail. You know, it just wasn't my day for whatever reason. And you know, I truly believe things happen for a reason. It's going to be that much sweeter when I climb back to the title. Yeah, it's part of my journey. You know, I can't dwell on the past because then there's gonna be roadblocks that are in the way of your future. And I see it in fighting. I see it in a lot of different sports. When people are constantly obsessed, or not obsessed, they're just dwelling on their past failures, or they're still stuck in this last fight. I thought I won this and that. It really affects them moving forward. So you have to have a short memory, especially in this sport. And that's just, you know, I kind of compartmentalized that, dealt with it, and moved on, because here we are. Saturday night is a tough opponent, and I'm going to do everything I need to get my hand raised on Saturday night.
And against Jaid, so you quickly turned the page. How quickly was that process? Because you mentioned, you know, how you don't like to dwell on the past.
Yeah, no, of course it's hard. Like, I don't think it's hard. You know, I was out in Australia. It would have been a lot more sweeter with gold, walking around Australia and New Zealand and stuff like that. But I was out there. I had over 50 friends and family come out. You know, I was going in and out of when we're out and about. My wife could tell. She knows me so well, and she's just like, she could tell I'm sitting there thinking about it, because I was going over it, playing this in my head over and over. But she kept pulling me out of those, like, you know, kind of dark spaces, or just every emotion, like, and rightfully so. I think you have to go through that, like a grieving process. But I was just so mad. I can't even describe how pissed I was, and just angry, and just I feel like I let everyone down, and my fans and stuff like that, and family and team and coaches and just everybody. But yeah, I enjoyed the last leg of my trip, and then we went through New Zealand, the South and North Island, and yeah, just ate our way through and just enjoyed the people and the culture. And yeah, it was nothing but spectacular. I wanted to get back in there and fight ASAP, so I got home and called my manager and said, I want to fight International Fight Week, and they already had plans for me. So I said, send me the contract.
Yeah. Is this the type of opponent that you wanted on your return, like someone right at the top just so you maintain that status? Or did you ever think of maybe taking a step back, sort of like a tune-up, you know, should I say? You know, some fighters go that route as well. Wondering what your thought process was.
Yeah, you must not have followed my career, you know. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, look at the opponents. I've never had no one's ever thrown me a bone in this organization. They feed me straight killers. They feed me the next big thing, the guy that's going to be the next big champ on this win streak, and then I'm the one that has to go in there and spoil their plan. And I knew I was going to get a tough opponent, you know. My ranking, I knew I'd fight Ilia eventually, just because I see him up and coming, and he's well-rounded, and stylistically this is a great matchup. You know, it is a great matchup. I finally don't have to fight someone taller than me, and yeah, it's going to be great. So I'm looking forward to it, and this is on primetime television, ABC. You know, I've checked off Fox, pay-per-view events, ESPN, and now we're on, you know, the wide world of sports.
And lastly, have you gotten to let yourself kind of envision the path back to the belt? Like, what kind of does it look like? Obviously, beating Ilia is the first step, but then after that, is it one more win, two more wins, against who as well? Like, how do you see yourself getting into a title fight?
Yeah, no, that's definitely on the horizon, but I'm solely focused, laser focused on Ilia right now, because none of that matters if I don't get the job done on Saturday. We'll cross that road when we get there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yes, I know you said earlier that you're looking forward to Jacksonville. You know, what's your first impression of your first time here on the First Coast?
Yeah, so far I haven't seen a whole lot. You know, we landed. We got our shuttle here, and you know, the hotel's amazing. The view's amazing. We're right here on the river with, you know, a nice little skyline. I haven't got to check out the food scene or done any of that, but I do have, you know, the the best in the game, perfecting athletes, and Dr. Michelle, and she's out here making, you know, delicious meals for me. So I'll check out Jacksonville after I get the win on Saturday. Thanks, guys. See you guys Saturday.
I've been great, man. How about you? Cool, cool. It's great. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to fight in Jacksonville, where my book really started here, playing football, now another sport. It's awesome. Oh, sorry. All right. Okay.
So you were just mentioning how, this is kind of where I'll start it for you.
Yeah.
Do you ever get a little bit, I don't know, poetic or spiritual about kind of the whole meaning, or is it just another fight, just a place?
No, I mean, I look at it from the energy of the crowd that's going to happen on Saturday. Like, yeah, that's going to be special, right? That's going to be a moment. But as far as getting poetic or making something big out of it, no, not really, man. I mean, it could be in the VyStar Veterans Memorial Arena. It could be in Georgia at a Waffle House at 2 a.m. in the parking lot, bro. Like, I don't really care where I'm fighting. I mean, a fight's going to be a fight. So there's nothing really poetic about it.
Does it excite you that you're going to have the crowd in your favor and, you're going to be sort of their person to cheer for, obviously?
Yeah. I mean, I think that energy is going to be contagious, right? I mean, it's only going to help. I think if you've seen some of the past UFC events where the host country, like for instance, Canada, they just had an event and those Canadian fighters did really well. So, yeah, I think having the crowd on your side is definitely a good thing to have.
Yeah. And how excited are you to finally step in the UFC's octagon right now?
Yeah.
Contender series.
Yeah.
Have you thought about that? Because this fight got pushed back, right? So, it gave you a lot of time to think about this moment.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really thought about it too much in terms of like what I'm going to be feeling and everything. But obviously, I'm excited to step foot in the real octagon now. I think it's going to be a little bigger than the one I fought in Dana White's Contender series. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Use that range a little more. But, yeah, to me, it's going to justify another goal that I had, and I still have a lot of goals to achieve. So it's nothing to get caught up on or anything like that. But, yeah, I'm excited for it.
And can you talk about why that fight got pushed back? Because I think it was supposed to happen in February.
February, yeah. So I ended up tearing my bicep off the bone in January. Literally just sparring, and I threw a hook. I threw it a million times. And for whatever reason, on that Saturday, it detached from the bone, and I knew it right away. So I had to get surgery ASAP. The doctor told me 5 to 6 months. I was back training the next day in a sling. Obviously, I couldn't throw the punch, but I was all cleared by 3 months, and that's a testament to just the hard work. When I was given my rehab plan, it was supposed to be once a day. I was doing it 4 times a day, 7 days a week, just because that's who I am. I have to do that, man. If I'm not moving my body, if I'm not healing, I drive myself crazy. So, I'm not one for silver linings or finding the better things of life, but I think that hard work got me to this point right now. So I'm thankful for that.
Curious, what did the doctor say?
With what?
The recovery?
He said he's never seen anything like it before. So I don't know.
And are you glad that the UFC sort of kept the matchup and you didn't get somebody else?
Well, they didn't keep the matchup because I was supposed to fight Junior Tafa in Australia, and now I'm fighting his brother. So.
Thank you.
Did you go to the 2 events in town when they were here before?
Yeah, so the first event that was in town, I was actually at the movie premiere of the new, well, at the time was a new Demon Slayer movie. So I ended up missing that one. But then the second one I actually went to because I was covering it. So I was sitting right next to I was literally in the front row the whole time. It was pretty cool, man.
What was that experience when you were in
Demon Slayer or the event?
VyStar, the VyStar.
Oh, the VyStar. Yeah, it was insane. I mean, you talk about Chimaev fought Gilbert Burns in that card. That was insane. One of the best fights I've ever seen, whether it's on TV or in person. The main event, Alexander Volkanovski, man, you want to talk about a guy who could take some punishment, Korean Zombie. That was kind of a hard fight to watch a little bit just because, Korean Zombie would not go down. So the energy of that crowd was great that night. Great fights. I had a blast. There might be a couple coming. I assume there'll probably be some current Jaguars coming as well, but it's wild, man. From when I got cut back in 2012 until now, I don't think anybody from my team in 2012 is still on the roster. There's always a turnover in the NFL. So I'm still friends with some of the guys that are currently on the team, so maybe they're going to pull up. We'll see.
Hey, you look at I guess, first of all, what's that experience going to feel like stepping into that octagon, being at home, knowing you're also basically about a
Yeah.
mile from where you played in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a great feeling. You know, I mean, people have asked me, do I feel added pressure? And I kind of laugh that off a little bit because, number one, I don't really feel pressure too much. But number two, we're all creatures of habit. You know, as a fighter, you have to develop a routine that works for you. And we talk about a routine, man. I mean, I've lived here for 10 years, right? This place, like this hotel is 10 minutes away from where I live. So I'm very accustomed to Jacksonville. Obviously, I'm accustomed to where I'm going to be fighting in. And those are competitive advantages. You know, that's not pressure to me, man. That's an advantage. So I'm very excited. Well, if you ask my coach, bro, he's gonna have a few choice words for me. No, so when I first started, I was an amateur. You know, as football players, we're kind of programmed where a play can happen anywhere from 7 to 10 seconds, right? So it's always go, 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 go. And that's kind of how my amateur career started out, where it's like, all right, well, there's a guy in front of me, better take him out like ASAP. And then I realized, like, as I progressed in my career, as guys got tougher and more skilled, you just can't do that all the time, right? So I think with football, you can get away with being a little more emotional, right? You can have that rage a little more, all that good stuff. I think if you study the best UFC fighters here right now, the champions, if you will, yeah, they may be emotional outside of the cage. You may say the right things in the microphone, but once they step in that cage, they're very calm, cool, and collected. More like a quarterback, maybe more like a kicker. I guess. I mean, I never thought I'd be comparing kickers to UFC fighters, but here we are. That's probably not good. That's not a good look, is it? All right, man, I got you. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm very excited. You know, I mean, don't let my demeanor up here fool you. I'm always like this, man. I'm always kind of just chill. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication being justified Saturday night. What I always bring to the table, it's going to be controlled chaos and beautiful violence.
You know, was there a little bit of an extra sense of excitement? You find out basically your UFC debut is going to be not only at home, but we now know on the main card. Yeah, man, I didn't find out about that till like this past Friday. I got surprised with that from someone from the UFC called me. That's cool. You know, I mean, I think we're on ESPN, the prelims, and we're going to ABC. So I think now that means my grandpa can watch me on ABC because he can't really operate ESPN. He doesn't know how cable works. So I think maybe my grandfather will be able to watch me. That's pretty cool back in Wisconsin. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot more eyes. It's going to be a lot more of an opportunity to showcase my skills in front of a big audience, and I'm excited for that.
The symmetry is kind of weird. I mean, we're going to fight back in January, February for the UFC debut, and now you're starting your UFC debut against the guy you were supposed to fight's brother.
Yeah.
In the same town you started your pro football career. Have you had a chance to kind of reflect on how things have lined up going into this debut?
Not until you just mentioned it right now, man, to tell you the truth. So, no, I haven't really had time to reflect on that much. All I'm concerned about is obviously the guy I'll be facing on Saturday and just going from there. All good. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
First question.
First of all, I just wanted to compliment the shades.
Thanks, bro.
That's
I appreciate it.
Not really the weather for it today, but I appreciate it. It's never too dark to look cool. How are we feeling ahead of this one? Physically, mentally, how are we feeling headed into Saturday?
It's just another fight. I've had almost 40 total, so nothing new, nothing crazy, just ready to go.
How do you keep the discipline when you say, like, you've had 40 fights? It's sort of, do you just have to keep going to the gym, keep the momentum going, or do you have to try and energize yourself for each individual fight and the individual opponent, or how do you just keep that consistency and discipline?
I think it's a little bit of both. Finding something that makes you want to get up and go to the gym. So for me, it's nervousness. I want someone that I know is good that can potentially finish me or hurt me. I want that. That makes me hungry. That makes me want to get up no matter how I'm feeling and go to the gym. So that's kind of why I try to fight the best guys that I can get my hands on. Obviously, circumstances happen, and sometimes that doesn't happen. You fight someone else. But at this level, everyone's good, especially now I have a number next to my name, so people want that number if I'm fighting down. But with a win on Saturday, I ain't fighting down no more.
Yeah, is that something you have to you're kind of looking forward to the idea of, like, I don't have to keep sort of not doing favors for people, right, but just fighting around? You want to start aiming up those rankings and moving up?
Yeah, for sure. I think my trajectory was there anyway, but I'm the kind of guy that I kind of set my schedule as where the timeline that I kind of want to fight on. It's never exact, but obviously because the UFC is going to tell you when you're going to fight. But I kind of have my typical months, and I have my everything mapped out to where I want to fight there. I kind of need to fight there. So no matter what, I'm going to fight there. And that's just kind of how it happens. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to just staying straight up after this. I'm not looking down at after this. I think I've done enough fighting back and defending my spot, because even when I wasn't technically like in the rankings, I had to be 16 or 17, and I was defending that constantly. So, yeah, I don't see a need to look down anymore after this, as long as I'm winning.
You mentioned you like that nervousness and opponents who can finish you. Do you feel like you have that potentially on Saturday, a guy who can push you and really put a threatening to you?
Yeah, I mean, anyone can knock anyone out. It only takes 3 pounds of pressure, and we're some big boys. We step in over 200 pounds, everyone. So at middleweight, so yeah, he can knock me out. He knocks guys out. Yeah, I mean, I just got to be cautious and focused and be me, and that doesn't happen.
Comparatively, where do you find your strengths against his, and where do you think you're going to have the most success?
Everywhere. I think technically I'm way better everywhere. I think I'm bigger. I think I'm stronger. I think I'm faster. I just think I'm more well-rounded. So just being Brendan Allen is good enough on Saturday night, and that's what I'm trying to do, is just be myself. Nothing less, nothing more.
And you don't want to look past it, but you said you have a schedule in your mind. Do you base that on location or dates? Like, if you hear there's a cool city like Boston or somewhere like that, do you think, I want to fight there? Or do you go, well, I want to fight in November? Which is it?
Dates. Dates is always for me. But hopefully I'll obviously fight Saturday. Hope to fight October. And then after that, I want to go to fight 2 times a year. I've been fighting 3 times a year or more for my whole career. So it'll be nice to be able to be home a little bit more, spend more time with my children, and actually have like a life a little bit. Right now, I just constantly travel, whether it's for camp or to go to events and stuff like that. So it'll be nice to actually kind of have a life for a little bit.
I had spoken to you a few months ago at the Game Bird event, and you had said basically like, you were hoping to get like a bigger name, bigger profile opponent, compared to obviously Silva. Now that the fight's just days away, do you still feel like that? Do you still feel like you should have gotten maybe a bigger name?
Yeah, but focus on that. What's it going to do, It's not going to do nothing. It's just going to damage things mentally more than anything. So I just focus on the preparation. It doesn't matter what I think as far as who I should get or who this or that. The numbers don't matter at the end of the day. Obviously, rankings don't mean absolutely nothing. And further than that, the UFC says who you're going to fight, so they control everything. So it doesn't matter what the rankings is going to be. So I'm just focused on Bruno and getting the job done.
Is there a difference when you prepare for a fight, maybe a big name versus somebody that maybe you feel like, it's not up to par? Like, do you have to do some things in training camp to mentally prepare yourself to not, slack or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, finding that hunger after, you have like, okay, we'll use it for example, like Hermanson. Technically, I feel the same way that I feel about Bruno as far as technical abilities. I still think I'm technically better everywhere the fight goes, but the hunger from him was the fact that he's number 10 in the world. He's fought some of the best guys in the world. So that name, that number, the recognition, that was the hunger for him. Whereas Bruno, I'm trying not to get slept. So there's a hunger there. So I need to be me, focused, to not get slept, so I win.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. For you, what does this mean? You getting a chance to come back to Jacksonville? I know that's a place that you've been before. What does that fight mean for you in your career? That was coming, I believe, after your first UFC loss. You came back here, got a big first round win here. What does it mean to be back?
It's pretty cool. It kind of has a few similarities in the fact that Carl was a striker, Bruno's a striker. It's in Jacksonville. It's kind of my first one with a real fan set since then, I believe. So it's got a few similarities. So it's pretty cool to just be here and have fans again. I really look forward to taking in the moment with all the fans, and I'm just looking forward to taking in the moment.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.